And YouTube is back live. So yeah, when you're younger, right, and you're playing with your friends, your whatever brothers, cousins, like sometimes you're roughhousing, right, and you get a little rough, somebody gets hurt, and that's kind of like a discovery of boundaries, right? That kind of goes back and forth. Either the person who is playing too rough realizes that he needs to dial it back a bit, or the person who that got hurt realized, hey, you know what? I didn't realize that we were allowed to play that rough, right? And they come back and they play a little rougher next time, right? And eventually, you know, they find an area where they're both comfortable with, right? And every now and then, you know, they kind of exceed the barrier again. They're always trying to push the limits, but that happens, right, when you're younger. And I kind of view that as the same thing in BDO, right?
Cousin, do you want to roughhouse?
Where, like, you have this tit for tat, you're playing with people, and they're trying to play rough. And as long as they are showing an attempt to play fair, like, they're always going to put things a little bit in their favor, because everybody plays to win, right? But as long as there is some type of resemblance of fair play, you know, just kind of roll with it. Recognize that it's, like, it's not a big deal. But if every single time, like, if you hold them to this standard that they are not allowed to make mistakes, and if they go too far, well, now they're going to get treated like they are the worst person ever. Like, that's not fair. You wouldn't want yourself to be held to that standard, so don't hold other people to that standard, you know? Because that's an impossible standard for a streamer to have, especially when you have so many people trying to push your buttons in every which way. If you want people to have a little bit of lenience on your overreactions, then you need to have lenience on their overreactions, you know? Yeah, I turned it off because I feel like this is an important conversation. Anyways, so I had a conversation with him about it. He's new to streaming. He's just coming up. He's trying to feel it out, Howie. And he seemed very genuine when it came to the discussion. I actually wrote the man a novel. And I'm not even kidding. It was probably like 10,000 words. That is a sign of war. Well, Howie, you are one of those people who can push a little too far at times. I don't know the specifics of, like, your situation with him, or Mario's or Bob's or Sam's. I just know you guys like to push, and when you feel resistance, that means you push harder. He preemptively banned me from the stream. That's a sign of war. Yeah, you know what? That maybe that was because, like, when he was given my VOD, when we were talking about it, maybe he saw you, Howie, saying very specifically that you were going to start going at him, and people were like, oh yeah, that Howie, he's a bad apple. I mean, the rules are the rules, right? You guys are gonna... This isn't like old video where you could just find people channel to channel. Now you guys are basically limited to keeping people off our shit. But you gotta remember, there's an adaptation period. Like I said, he seemed genuine. He seems like a genuinely nice guy. He's trying. He's new as a streamer. He's trying to navigate this landscape in a way that's good for him. We all need to do it in our own way. Like, I don't think everybody should deal with streaming the way I deal with streaming. I mean, it's obviously not completely conducive to success, because like I've been streaming longer than Biceptimus and Choice, and both those guys are obviously doing it way better than me, because like look at how much larger their communities are. But I think like the advice I gave him, both Biceptimus and Choice also practice. But they're also just a lot better at being PMA and asking a lot more questions. Or answering a lot more questions. Where me, like if I get the same question multiple times, I'll just start ignoring it, and then, you know, I'll answer it like every 10th time it's asked. I used to just freak the fuck out. I used to just tell them, "The fuck, you stupid? I just said that." And then they would get all mad, and I realized that, you know what? Maybe for the sake of my mental in there, just ignore it. If they can't stick around for 20 minutes for when I do answer it again, then, you know, that's kind of on them. But why male models? I love that movie so damn much. Look at Zoolander, best movie of all time. Just perfect time schedule for you? Oh, heck yeah. That is focused in 7 seconds? I feel that sometimes. Yeah. I have either the people who watch from work, the people who work the night shift, or the EU people who watch my stream. Anyways, you know what? This is my request to you guys, Sam and Howie and Mr. Bob. Try to have some level of fair play. Tell him, John. Tell him. Especially when the man's still running around with a tongue rat earring and you're coming out there with 3DR crystals on a striker. If he apologizes on stream for his actions, I will consider it and unbans me. Well, baby steps. I don't think that's going to happen right away. I mean, let's be honest. You were kind of the first strike. All is fair in love and war. Yeah, but this isn't love or war. This is something in the middle, right? This is just people trying to have a fun time. Imagine you're on a basketball court with Shaq, Mr. Shaquille O'Neal, and that man didn't let you touch the ball once. How long do you think that you would continue to play basketball with him? Let's pretend he's someone else, though, because I know a lot of you would just like to give him a reach around. Even if you never got to touch the ball, you'd find some way to touch balls. But, like, imagine it's someone completely different. You don't know, but he's equally as good and large as Shaq. You're not going to have fun if he doesn't let you touch the ball at least once. Kind of annoying that OBS crashed on me, though. I wonder what that was. That was the second time it crashed like that. I think I might have to do with some of my extensions. I might have to go through them. I wish OBS had like a way that like if you... OBS doesn't have a way where it automatically updates extensions. So when OBS does updates, you gotta kind of go back and see if there's an update for that extension. It's kind of annoying. I don't feel like I'm having any issues with my extensions in general. You know, I just realized something. There's probably a lot of streamers that you guys fuck with, and those streamers want nothing to do with me, because they probably pop in my chat and they see all of you fuckers are VIP'd in my chat. They probably think that I'm the fucking mastermind behind it. I need to un-VIP you guys. Does it help? They say Zeth said his you assholes better fucking not. I swear. Oh my. John, why'd you even have to type that? Don't give them ideas. You could VIP me. I would never start a war like this. The fact that you needed to say that makes me think that it's not true. I'm so quiet. Oh, my wife came downstairs. She was asking me about something. She might go and get our tax forms. We got to sign off of the accountant and then pay the accountant. And I'll find out how much my taxes are today, and I gotta then pay those. Yay! Isn't it fun? You get taxed on every dollar you make, and then you get taxed on every dollar you spend after. Fun. So tell the Spooters you're very close friends with him. I wouldn't go that far. He just reached out to me and asked for advice. I think he seems like a nice guy. I think his intentions are good. I think he's just trying to navigate the streaming landscape. The thing is I feel like I do a good job at, like, I won't kiss the ass of other streamers and act like they are all high and mighty if they are acting badly. But at the same time, if you guys are acting like fools, I'm gonna tell you guys are acting like fools too. And then we're all gonna go about our day. That doesn't mean I have to dislike you guys. We all act like fools. I like to act like a fool sometimes. I will get in contact with Bebop leadership and organize a deck. Isn't Bebop leadership Swixie? I don't think there's any shot Swixie does it. I'm pretty sure Swixie's in, at least in Bebop. How'd you farm 6 trillion in 4 months? Because it wasn't in 4 months. I know, you almost need to have a second account for a red character. So I had a bit of an epiphany yesterday too during this conversation. Any of you guys understand what the survivorship bias is? For those of you who don't, basically in World War II, planes that would return from the battlefield would have specific bullet patterns on them, right? Areas that were riddled with holes. And the first instinct was to reinforce those areas because those are the areas that are more likely to be hit. Which is actually the exact opposite, right? What those bullet patterns showed was actually the non-critical areas of a plane that could be hit, and the plane could still return home. The areas that were largely unscathed on all these planes were actually the important areas that needed to be reinforced, because those were the areas that, when struck, the plane was rendered inoperable and could not return home, right? So I was thinking yesterday, that kind of relates to open world PvP and BDO, right? Where Pearl Abyss right now, whenever they get tickets from people complaining about griefing and whatnot, and they react by putting more and more reinforcement on protecting these people in the confines of open world PvP, they're doing exactly the wrong thing, right? They're reacting to the bullet holes and trying to reinforce the bullet holes, instead of trying to take a step back and be like, okay, well, what can we do to make PvP more fun? Which I think is the areas where there aren't holes. Because people wouldn't be complaining if they felt like open world was more fun. And I think the answer to that is obvious to anybody who plays in the community. that one of the reasons why open world is so fun is this massive polarity between a PvE and a PvP setup. Way back in the day, you had a lot less... Okay, so think about this, right? Way back in the day, you had a lot less people complaining about open world PvP, but there was less grind spots. Each grind spot had less rotations. There was one-sided decks, and GMs just very seldom enforced or came down on PvP situations, right? So you would think that reporting would have been at an all-time high considering that environment, but it was significantly lower. So you got to ask yourself, well, why is that? And I think that largely has to do with how inconvenient PvP is now. Back in the day, like if you were grinding in your PvP setup, you would be barely grinding any slower than anybody in a PvE setup. And then when you killed somebody, you could continue your grind until they ran back from node, and you didn't have to stop what you were doing. Where now, like if someone comes and attacks you, you have to completely stop what you're doing. You have to change specs so you can actually have a fair fight back. They might leave. It's this cumbersome process that now if they do leave, you have to swap it all back. And even when you do swap, you have to stand there. You can't grind between kills. You have to just wait for him to come back over and over until he loses interest. It's just this giant cumbersome process. And I think that's largely because of this polarity between setups, right? With them adding monster damage to the game and allowing us to freely swap our crystals and buff PvE crystals, it's made it so that they have been capable of making a lot more difficult PvE content. But because those stats are specifically designed for only one area of the game alone, that now if you want to do that more difficult PvE content, you're incapable of PvPing. And if you're set up for PvP, you're incapable of doing that environment, right? I think monster damage was a massive mistake. I think they should absolutely get rid of monster damage and just turn it into normal stats that also affect PvP. And then rebalance the damage accordingly if it creates too many damage issues. You can maybe even group the PvE crystals with the PvP crystals so you can't double up on them, right? Or something. There's obviously a solution there to make open world PvP feel less cumbersome. But yeah, like I said, how it relates to the survivorship bias is I genuinely believe that PA reacting to all the reports and people being upset about people griefing them is like PA reacting to those bullet holes of planes that are returning home, you know? Maybe the all-in-one presets will solve this, though. Like I said, what they showed us with the all-in-one presets looks nice, but it looks like it only changes depending on the environment you're in. So if you're in, like, go to Guild League, Solaire, whatever, right? It'll automatically change for you. Node War, etc. But that leaves me worried that it doesn't solve the main open world problem. If open world's just always just going to use your PvE setup, and you're still going to have to manually swap that, then it doesn't solve the main reason why people want an all-in-one preset. It doesn't even have to be the moment you take damage from either. They can both be active at the same time. We already have a system that works that way. Look at your abilities, right? There's PvP damage reduction on your abilities. So even if you do an ability in a group of mobs, it will do the full damage to the mobs and the PvP damage to the player. And it can do that simultaneously. So there's obviously a system already in game that knows how to differentiate a player from a monster. Just have it so you can have two sets of, like, in the all-in-one presets, you'll have a PvP and a PvE setup, And it takes both of those into consideration at all times. And regardless whether a player is hitting you or a monster, it'll use the appropriate set. Or you're hitting a player or a monster, it'll use the appropriate set. But they already have a system in the game that differentiates between the two in real time. So it doesn't even need to swap, right? They can just both be active at once. But like if you were grinding, when you're grinding and someone jumps you, well, you're in your PvE setup and then they just dip before you go to your PvP setup, or you have to just stand around and wait for them to keep coming back and you don't get to grind between kills anymore, it feels cumbersome. Where, like, if you're fighting somebody and they keep coming back and you can keep grinding between kills, that's kind of like your reward for winning the fight, right? If they win that one fight, they get to do a couple laps until you get back. If you win the fight, you get to do a lap or two. One person still being reasonably efficient while the other person has to keep running back from node. That was kind of like the reward of winning. The thing is, Mel-equipped, that's not an issue at all. None of the areas of the game that use human damage are meta spots anyways. And adding like an extra 20 monster AP to players in specifically those spots isn't going to cause an issue. And also, anybody who's grinding those spots are already doubling up on those stats. Remember, they know how to differentiate between a human player and a human mob. This system right here already does it, right? Like, even though human damage, you gotta remember, that's why they call it human damage and not player damage. Because if it was player damage, then it would only affect players. But because it's human damage, they want it to affect both. But that doesn't mean they can't separate the two. Otherwise, all of your abilities would do PvP damage to human monsters, right? So they already have a way to differentiate between those two things. But it wouldn't, right? Because if that happened, then that would also happen with your abilities. Your abilities have PvP damage reduction that's able to recognize when it's a human player and a human monster already. So they're already able to separate those two things. Wait, how is that an ass cheeks idea? Do you not want to be able to defend your spot from somebody? You need to elaborate on that. I mean, it's very clear a lot more people had fun open world PvPing previously than now. But that's the thing, Klish, is you don't have to PvP. You can just swap channels. What are you talking about? You can progress in PvP. That was the purpose of open world PvP in the past, is it was a battle of resources, right? You were fighting over resources. That's why so many top-end guilds in the past, when Arsha actually meant more, guilds would compete over it. Because it allowed you to progress faster. The 2 empty Arshas isn't an issue with people not wanting to use them. It's just there's no reason to use them. You increase the benefit of Arsha, people will fight over it. But now we have so many drop bonuses than we ever had before that a 50% additive bonus means damn near nothing. That basically one small interruption completely eliminates the bonus, so what is even the point? Back when there were no drop bonuses and loot scrolls were hard to come by, Arsha was very competitive for the spots. People need shit to fight over. That's why when Arsha was originally added, it was just Valencia 6. They didn't even call it Arsha. And there was no benefit. It was basically just any channel, but with no karma, right? And it was a ghost town. Nobody used it. And as soon as they added the drop bonus, it was a highly competitive channel for a long time, especially between the top guilds, because there was something worth fighting over. And that has slowly diminished over time, because now the 50% bonus just doesn't feel worth it, and the open world PvP feels very cumbersome, because in order to grind on the channel, you need to be in your PvE setup, and then you just have somebody in their PvP setup come and steamroll you, and then the second you swap your gear, they just leave. And the fact that there's more spots than players, not to mention on the lower spots, there's Marnie's Realm. How does that turn it into a PvP failure when we already saw it succeed when it was actually worth it? Arsha was an extremely successful channel when people felt like it was worth fighting over. And guess what? The more worth it Arsha is, the more people who want to PvP and fight over it will stick to that channel instead of going to other channels and fuck with other people. Yeah, I was going to say, 2021, you're not going back far enough. This man clearly doesn't know the history of the game because all of his arguments are easily disproven by the history of the game. And how much more lively. And even there was less reporting back then. Why is it that open world PvP is more restrictive than it's ever been, but there's more reporting than ever? Oh, I absolutely did. You just refused to acknowledge the fact that the history says the exact opposite of what you're saying. But I get it. You don't want to argue because you don't have any actual points to make. So you're just going to walk away with your tail between your legs because you can't contribute to this conversation. That's fine. We get it. You're part of a different era of BDO and you want to just have a safe little area for you to play. Where are the empty arches when I try to do my arch for my Elton piece? Hey, when it comes to a grind like that, that's so disparaging. People will take every little bit drop chance they can get. Okay, we're not talking about Node Wars. Everybody agrees Node War and Siege is ass. We're talking about open world PvP. Open world PvP used to thrive. Don't try to strawman me. I see right through you, fella. I never said no war and siege was great. Don't try to strawman me. Oh, the player base has definitely changed, for sure. But I think the changes PA makes to the game changes the player base. One follows the other. You intentionally failed to see why nowhere in sieges fail? Okay, well, explain to me. I know it fails, so how am I failing to see how it fails? I've been part of this environment for 8 years, and I've acknowledged it failing for 8 years. But you know what? Enlighten me. Let's hear your perspective on it and how it relates to open world PvP. No, I ain't gonna ban this guy. He's making a fool of himself. Are you kidding me? This is rare content. Normally, you guys just get to see me run circles. But this man would rather sit here and keep trying to tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about, instead of actually making a proper point. He's full of logical fallacies. He's incapable of actually arguing the point. And every time he does try to make a point, he realizes I blow it out of the water, and then he goes back into his fucking turtle shell to try to cook up some other fucking nonsense. Well, you just failed to see it. Well, help me see it then. Let me see it through your eyes. Let us all see it through your eyes. See, you're doing it again. I know what you're talking about and misleading. Why don't you make your fucking point? You have no points. Just make your fucking point, and we could talk about the points. This man can't actually control himself. Yo, I went to the movies yesterday. I took the kids to go see the new Lilo and Stitch movie. I fucking love movie theater popcorn, but god damn, it was over $100 to take the family to the movies. Shit is fucking robbery. Like, 60% of that shit was concessions, too. It's like $10 for a bag of popcorn. I could go buy a bag of kernels for $5 and make, like, fill my goddamn living room with popcorn. It probably is, Howie. Probably more expensive than caviar if you consider the movie theater price. Or what are those mushrooms? The ones where they use pigs to go root them out of the dirt. Why the fuck can't I remember the name of it right now? I bet it's more expensive than those. Truffles, thank you. Yeah, yeah. Goddamn, I'm a BDO player. I should know that. The reality of the situation is everybody in the community would agree that open world PvP is worse than it's ever been. And there are more ways than ever to deal with somebody fucking with you. There are more channels to go to. There are more grind spots on every channel. There's the more Marnie realms, more time in Marnie realms. People can spend more time on seasons. Shit. Grimkill here just got full pen debos just by staying on seasons. So it's very clear that putting more and more restrictions is not helping open world. There was a problem before the seasonal incident? I don't get it. What happened to Grimkill? No, he was at Kadri. He stayed at Kadri and he grinded up like 2 million time-filled stones, I think they're called. Armor drought should be removed. Should it? Is it that bad? Okay, well. Unless that man's typing a novel. It looks like he conceded. When people start hitting you with those logical fallacies, you know they don't have a leg to stand on. They don't have points. And instead they just want to attack you or try to push you into a corner that you never intended on trying to defend. And it's important to be able to recognize when people are doing that. Do I need to pull up your chat history? How is that disingenuous? Now you're projecting. You start by saying, no wonder why the game's ass cheeks if people give them these ideas. Then you actually give a couple points, because I asked you about it. We're having a perfectly fine discussion there. I disprove your points, and then you're just like, you didn't disprove anything, no point in arguing. I mean, a whole other group of people here all agreed with me. And then you say, and then you start making arguments about Node War and Siege when we're talking about open world and try to push me into that corner when I never once said Node War or Siege are successful. You refuse to make any actual points because you know... Whatever, it's over. Just... There's no reason harping on it. You've already admitted defeat. Just move on. They are... Oh, Dukes? Yep.
Have you ever had a
Yo, Eben Rion. Thank you very much for the sub. I'm willing to have a discussion with the man. I said I wasn't going to go anymore. I'm willing to have the discussion with the man. We can both make points. We can show our evidence. I was doing exactly such, but I'm misleading because I'm reflecting upon previous history of BDO where we saw a more successful environment, but that's me being misleading. Assuming he is a man? Nah. Let's be honest, BDO has a normal demographic. Shut up, Howie. Fucking BMI. Don't get baited by Howie. He's just looking for that in-game name, and that is not going to go well for you if he finds that out. He was in Helm's Cave, never leaving. Thought I was in Helm's on Arsha. Ask Fake Uni. He tried to come down there a couple times. I graduated from being the creature of Helm's Deep to the creature of the Blue Lagoon. Or the Loch Ness Monster or some shit. When they added underwater. I really do like my caves, don't I? Are you kidding me, Kiki? I was making money hand over fist. This was back when hards and sharps were still worth a fortune, too. And, what were they called? Ancient Guardian Seals. Oh my goodness. I think I was selling them for like 15 mil a pop, and I was getting like 7, 8, 9 an hour. Shit was sick. They were just Guardian Seals? Shut up! Yeah, because nobody wanted to have to go out and gather for their seals, right? And then there was the combination of both, right? Where you could go do, shit, what was that golem place by the, in Media? Where you could actually go out there, kill golems, and then hand gather them and get hards and sharps. Like, that was a popular thing to do for hards and sharps for a while, too. No, not Helms. Yeah, I mean, people called it golems, but I'm talking about, like, what was the name of the area? You didn't hand gather at Helms, though. What's this? Oh, Naked Gun. Yeah. You know what? Maybe the movie industry is saved. We'll have to wait and find out. But with, like, a new Naked Gun and a new Spaceballs, I'm kind of excited. Is there going to be a new Happy Gilmore, too? Oh my goodness. How is that even going to go down? Yeah, there's going to be a new Spaceballs. It's supposed to come out in 2027, I think was the date. PvP at Pirates? Oh yeah. Sawsons. So many people that reminisce of those days, right? I can't believe this man actually thinks that being able to PvE and PvP at the same time is a bad idea. Like, I don't even understand how you think that's a bad idea. No, when people are grinding, they shouldn't be able to defend themselves. Like, no wonder why people are reporting so much. That's what I was saying. That was the whole discussion I was having as to why open world PvP feels so cumbersome, is this massive polarity between a PvE and a PvP setup. And then he said that my take was cooked. Like, what? Huh? I don't understand how you even get to that thought from there. I think it's perfectly reasonable to think that people should be able to PvE and PvP at the same time. Don't you do it, John. Don't you do it. I don't trust you, John. You're flagged up. You put that flower away. Wait. Something's hitting me. Was that the mobs again? John Gotti keeps coming by saying peace. I wonder if that's the name of his gun, the Peacemaker. Like, even if you are exclusively a PvE player, why would you not want to be able to more effectively defend yourself? At that point, if you're arguing against that, all you want is a safe space. You just want them to remove Alt-C from the game entirely. Well, this is what I do, Kiki, right? Is, unfortunately, he was completely incapable or unwilling or both of trying to stand his ground in the argument and make points. So now I'm left here in my own thoughts, trying to figure out what his perspective is. I gotta mull through it on my own, trying to think, is there some type of logical way? I'm trying to steelman it in my head, and I just can't. I can't fucking find a way that argument makes sense. I wish he would have actually stood his ground and made points, but he didn't have a point to make, and that's why he just walked away like a coward with his tail between his legs. Got a lawn over there eyeballing me, looking at my sweet stage booty. That's what Howie does. Plapatine, don't take anything Howie types seriously. He was just fishing to see if you were still in chat, and you took the bait. Which was exactly what I was doing too. He was just lying? Yeah, but those things aren't mutually exclusive. He can lie and bait. Yo, Kiki, you better fucking tone that down. I'm Canadian, fella. You know what pisses me off, Kiki? Is you use that comment and Howie to take a jab at me. I know you typed that shit with the fattest grin on your face, knowing that even though it was directed to Howie, that I was going to take the bait on that. You dumb bitch. Two for Tuesday. Wait, isn't it Monday? Shut up. Oh, mods, get this Kiki guy out of here. Yeah. What's the next on the agenda? Back to the circles. Content's over. I'm still floundering in my own thoughts, just trying to figure out, though, how wanting everybody to be able to more effectively defend themselves when being attacked by a player is somehow a bad idea. That affects the people who want a PvP and the people who don't want a PvP. If anything, it more positively affects the PvEers. Because the actual griefers that are pissing them off, that just run around and attack them when they're PvEing, won't be able to as effectively do so. Like, maybe, you know what? Maybe that's the problem. Maybe he is a griefer. That's the only perspective I could think of where you'd be like, no, I don't want that. I don't want people to be able to effectively defend themselves because I want to just attack them and it to feel like I'm baby seal clubbing. Because those are the only people that it affects in a negative way. I can't see how it affects anybody else negatively but them. Is that maybe Samuel's ult account? Sam hasn't typed anything this whole time. Wait, is that you, Samuel? Okay, I'm gonna count to 3. And when I count to 3, I need both Free, Plapatine, and Samuel to type at the exact same time. Just to prove that you guys are not the same person. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's the same person. I knew it. That makes perfect sense. In-game or here? Anywhere. It's... Seriously though, chat, help me mull over this. Is there anybody else that a change like that would affect negatively but the griefers? Uh-oh. Wait, huh? The man ran in, jumped off his horse in the middle of mobs, jumped back. Oh, maybe he realized his horse was going to get attacked. He's like, shit, my horse is going to die if I leave it here. Yeah, I can't think of anybody else that affects negatively. I don't know. Why don't you ask your mom? Maybe I will. Better yet, maybe I'll ask your mom. Oh. You ask for a lot of money? Well, you're fucked because I don't have a lot of money. Yeah, so you had buffs on characters. So you know house buffs? If you had house buffs on other characters, they removed those buffs. And that was basically them reimbursing you. I got 6 of them. That apparently, I guess I had them rolling on other characters. How did you have like 44 of them? Because you're a flavor of the month re-rolling loser. That means you had 44 characters with a house buff rolling on them. There's only like, what, 54 different classes in the game? That means, the question is, can we figure out which 10 classes did Trep not have a buff on? Shy was probably one. Tamer probably another. I don't know if I've ever seen Trep on a Meiwa. Unless he was part of the Blicky Boys. Were you part of the Blicky Boys, Trep? What's up? Let's see what this. Oh my god, 44 all AP. Jesus. True, you could sell them. Wait, are those sellable? Or do they give us special ones that aren't sellable? No, you could totally sell them. Oh my goodness. It's probably a good opportunity to buy them for cheap. Look at that bitch up there, waiting for me to turn my back. I saw you peek behind that rock, you rat! You guys see that? Oh, I called that out, man. Fucking ducks. Oh shoot, did I not turn sound effects and stuff back on? I'm sorry, chat. I turned it back on. You don't need them, but it's definitely more worth it. You're paying a premium to use those scrolls. But no, you don't have to go back to like a house or anything. Yeah, the buff timers don't stack. You'll have to pop a new one every hour. But you pay a premium. It's like, I think it ends up being like twice as expensive for the buff. Yeah. Bullpen Fallen God? Isn't Mina practically free though? Don't costumes like sit on that region? Doesn't Mina have like 10 people playing on it too? Or am I thinking of a different region? Or maybe that was Fee. That's crazy though. Full Pen Fallen God is nuts. Because the head, a single use gives you 3 hours, and you get 10 uses out of it. So you have to divide the price of one of those heads by 30. True, true, you can also turn them into guild ones. But the guild ones aren't sellable, so if he's looking at the prices, he's not looking at those. But yeah, you can stretch it even a bit further with the heads if you turn them into guild ones. God damn, Trap. It's cooked. Yeah, like I said, you pay for the convenience. There's a premium there. It's nice if you're in the middle of a GVG or something like that, and your buff falls off, and you want to get a new one. You could have one on backup, but they're basically for situations like that. Like if you're in a siege that ends up lasting 4 hours, and then the last hour you can pop one of those scrolls. Now we need crit buff scrolls, that'd be sick. Or if you're in Orzekia, yeah, you can't leave there too. Yeah, that's even better for there. I really have gathered Oh my goodness. What is that movie? What is that movie where you have all the villains working together? No, no, shut up, BB. I hate that I left that open for you. I'm not talking about the back door either. Suicide Squad. Yeah. Yo, my channel's kind of like that. I have all of these guys who just fuck around in the community, fuck around with other people. And you guys are all either mods or VIPs here. I just fucking realized that. You got Cowboy and Trep too? I wonder how many streamers out there come to my channel, because they've been, you know, they get fucked around with by you guys, and then they come to my channel one day being like, oh, I wonder what Zeth's doing. And then they see all you fucking guys modded here, or VIPs here, and then they think that I'm the one sending out the hit squad on them. There's a lot of streamers that don't talk to me at all. I wonder if you guys are why. Shut up. Don't even start with that, Trep. You know what those fucking losers did? So when Neptunes first started streaming, right? You guys remember how Neptunes admitted at one point where he used to just call people racist because he knew it put them on the back foot? Well, he tried to do that to me when he first started streaming, and all the Snake Boys found it so fucking funny. And they convinced Neptunes to come into the Snake Discord and argue with them. And you know what they renamed me in that Discord? They renamed me the Grand Wizard. They changed my name in the Discord.
Just spam Zeth told me to in chat.
Because they thought it was fucking hilarious. Maybe I need to take accountability for the people I surround myself with. Maybe you guys are a bad influence on me. Too late to say you're uncomfortable being surrounded by guys. I'm just the innocent person sitting on the couch. Is BDO so back? BDO is so back. I can't wait. The Heidel Ball is going to release the all-in-one presets. They're going to implement them the way that I said, where you'll always be ready to PvE and PvP at the same time. And then they're going to change guilds so that in order to participate in Node War Siege and Guild League, you have to designate your guild a PvP guild, but in the process of doing so, it brings back one-sided decks. And BDO will be saved. And then, yeah, they'll also add limitations on the DP crystals. When they put you on camera for the hideout ball, use your screen time wisely. I'm not there for the hideout ball. The hideout ball is happening in Korea. I'm just going down to LA a few days before the ball. I actually leave in 3 days. That's crazy. And then I'm going to be gone for 3 days. What are you guys going to do without me? No way they bring back one-sided decks? Yeah, I'm just dreaming here. I'm in my own little dreamland. They ain't doing any of that shit. There's too many crybabies in the community that they're listening to. They can't recognize that the changes they made to open world PvP has had no impact on the improvement of the game. You have more restrictions on open world PvP, but people complain more than ever. Make that make sense. Turns out what they're doing isn't working. How about just making open world PvP more fun, so people don't feel so upset when it happens? Like I said, the survivorship bias, it's like perfect. It perfectly relates to how Pearl Abyss has been addressing open world PvP. Yeah, I gotta wake up in the middle of the night, watch it, and then I'm gonna crawl back into bed and try to catch up on some Z's. Yeah. A watch party? Yeah, I don't know. I'll probably hop in whatever Discord is popping off with the most people watching it. We'll see whatever Discord that ends up being. Maybe I should be a good streamer and make that my Discord. We have a little watch party in my Discord. I think the voice chat in my Discord has been used maybe once since I stopped playing Ark, like frickin' 10 years ago. Know your viewers are freaks? You're my viewer, Trap! So yeah, you're right. That was crazy. That was a self-report right there if I ever saw one. I don't get it, Howie. Oh, you're in there. Look at that. I had to scroll down. Look at that. Well, I guess this is the second time now. I'm still not going in there with you freaks. Trep's right. I'm gonna burn the Discord. It's infected now. Time to start over. Wait, what's going on over here? Why is there extra mobs? Wait, this is 2 packs of normal mobs, isn't it? Oh no, never mind. One's dying way too fast. What server has 120 plus for fish, or do you have to sit there and swap? I have no idea. Is that channel based? I didn't know that was channel based. Yeah, he's talking about when you're trading them in. I didn't realize that was channel based. Tomorrow I get to have a haircut. I can't wait, chat. I was due for a haircut like 3 weeks ago. But because I'm going to LA, I was like, you know what? I kind of want to get a fresh haircut right before the trip. So I was like, I'll wait a couple extra weeks and then go get my haircut right before I go. And tomorrow's that day. It's going to feel so nice. I've been getting so shaggy. John, did you just shoot me? Why did I just take a chunk of damage? That man just peeked around the corner, didn't he? Shooter McGotty. You rat. Look at this. Look at this fucking rat up here. Oh my goodness. Oh, when is the pig cave supposed to open? $6 hours? Oh my goodness. The window opens in like 4. Fucker up there. There's no shot that rocket hits from that far. Yeah, I'm excited. I got a pretty exciting 2 weeks coming up. Between going to LA, coming back, my daughter's graduating, and then the Heidel Ball. How much better Jade is? I'm at about 40 an hour. Wait, what? Oh, I haven't been keeping track. I don't know how many I'm at. Where are they? I'm at 269. A lot of that was at Olin's, though. Like, I just started grinding Darkseekers again because I was doing Olin's and Ash. God, I can't wait for this Naked Gun movie. I love just stupid humor like that. Been missing that in my life. Yeah, maybe you need to refresh the browser. I've had that happen before too, where it looked like I wasn't making any progress, and then as soon as I refreshed the browser, it updated the progress. No, I have all of that stuff. Right, I'll potentially need stacks, depending on what they add. Obviously, you'll need crons. And then the silvers, you know, obviously can be converted into those things, but doesn't necessarily need to. Level 60 demo for the ball? Yeah, that's impossible to get that in 2 weeks. I'd have to get a percentage a day. I do not recommend playing this game on console, no. Almost every single console player either regrets starting on console or eventually abandons console to come to PC. They just don't update it frequently enough. Even with the rumored console update coming soon, that's the thing, is your update is still probably going to be like a year behind where we're at. They won't update you to where we're at. You'll be updated to somewhere where we were already. Yeah, Crimson Desert looks like it's gonna be pretty cool too. I'm looking forward to it as well. You can definitely play both though, right? But I definitely recommend if you are capable, start BDO on PC. You can play BDO on PC with a controller too. There's actually a large amount of people that do. But I definitely recommend if you're at that starting point, start on PC. Even console players will tell you. Nitrous? I remember, I think I was in high school. I'm trying to remember when this happened, but when the Columbine thing happened, right, and it came out that they were listening to Rammstein. I remember I used to listen to Rammstein. My dad was like, "Yeah, I don't want to hear that music in this house anymore." I was like, "Okay." It's sometimes useful, but only in specific situations. It has a pretty long animation time, so it's really a balance of how fast an ability is versus how much damage it does. Sometimes it can be good for repositioning, because you need to reposition. Maybe Spear Bolt and Aftershock are on cooldown. And it's better than doing like a bolt, right? Like if you're going to bolt the reposition, then you're better off doing a Judgment. AP buff seems good. It is, but both Spear Bolt and Aftershock are faster abilities that also increase it, give you the AP buff. So you typically you default to those first because they're faster animations. They technically don't do as much damage, but because they're faster animations, it works out to higher DPS. I've been playing Sage ever since it was added to the game. Oh, so I gotta open the box. Damn. I still have the box. I was hoping that they would let me keep the box. I'm excited. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it the way I was gonna say it. I look forward to it. I always do. Yep. I'm in Ontario. I'm getting kind of hungry. New World dead game. I haven't even taken a look at the New World charts. I haven't heard anything about it recently. That was good timing. Is it? Let's see. New World Steam charts. New World Steam charts. Oh no, it is way lower than BDO. Way lower. Because if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, New World is only accessible through Steam, right? Like, I don't think you can go to the New World website and just get, like, the website client, like, just the standalone client. I'm pretty sure everybody has to play through the Steam client. Yeah, our console players are separate too. Maybe the console side of it. I don't even know if there is a New World on console. I'm sure there is. But if we're comparing it to BDO, it's apples to apples in that regard, because the console is separate for both, right? But like, I'm pretty sure no matter. Once again, I'm asking for somebody to correct me. Maybe maybe I don't know. But I'm pretty sure no matter where you're accessing New World from around the world, you got to access it through the Steam client. So that's like the global population for everything except maybe console. Or is there alternative ways to access the game if you're from other regions? Does anybody have the answer to that? Okay, let me ask Google. How many different ways to access New World game? I don't know. Let's see. PlayStation, Xbox, and PC via Steam. So yeah, consoles are separate. Okay, let me ask this question. So do all regions need to access New World through Steam? Okay, this doesn't answer my question. This says, no, not all regions need to access New World through Steam. Steam is also available on console, basically is what it says. There's region restrictions, so it looks like there's some regions who can't access it on Steam. So it looks like Steam is actually, like, for the PC player base. Unless, do console players play with PC players, or are there two different... Well, I guess I'll ask Google that. Do console and PC players play together on New World? Yes. Oh, okay. So, okay, gotcha. So console players, it is cross-platform. Okay. So Steam would be just the people accessing from PC, but globally on PC. So I wonder if that data is out there. Let's ask that next. How many people play New World on console? Maybe there's some data out there. This is obviously old data. It says 50,000 players. Yeah, unfortunately, there isn't any reliable data. Oh my god. Some of these servers are so dead. Well, let's assume the same thing that we assume with BDO, right? As time has gone on, we assume that there's we can't. Still not even really apples to apples in that regard, because for the BDO Steam charts, that's only NA and EU players. That's not other regions. Where for New World, the Steam charts is global. Basically, every region that has access to it, as long as they're not blacklisted. They have a 7,000 player 24-hour peak. But that doesn't count console players. Where BDO has a 17,000 player peak, but that's only NA and EU, and that doesn't count website players. We know there's at least approximately a 1-to-1 ratio of Steam and NA players these days. Sorry, Steam and website players these days. So that would be 34,000, a peak of 34,000 players across NA and EU. I'm just trying to see how dead New World is. Like, that's pretty bad. If they have a peak of 7,000 players, but once again, that's not counting the people who are logging in through consoles, since it is cross-platform. Yeah, I'll bring it back, chat. I'm going to go make some lunch. I'm hungry. We can chit-chat while I'm back eating. Holy crap, this is so good. Some leftover jalapeno mac and cheese. Just scrambled a couple of eggs to mix in with it. So good. No. I tried that once in my life and I didn't like it. I'm not a fan of ketchup in general, though. Hot dogs, hamburgers, and maybe meatloaf, but that's it. But I'd prefer like a nice barbecue sauce for the meatloaf instead. Who's Dave and Chuck? Oh, okay. What was their opinion? Did only psychos eat it? Only psychos eat ketchup, or only psychos eat ketchup on like eggs? Because I totally understand ketchup, but ketchup on eggs, yeah, just not a fan. Like I said, I tried it one time. I was like, eh. Oh, what's up, Medozen? Sorry. Um, it doesn't look like we will. I think we're only down one person. It looks like Dom is kind of out. If for some reason another person dips, though, I don't think Tom has responded yet. So if for some reason Tom can't come, then you can. Yeah, hot sauce on eggs is banging. Yeah, it looks like Tom is the only person who hasn't responded yet. So if Tom isn't available, then you can fill in for Tom. That's right. That's today too, eh?
It's Jason Bourne.
Is anyone else going to LA with me? Yeah, there's a couple other people. Okay, sorry, I'm back. So yeah, Huntler's going with me. And then there's 2 ambassadors who are also going, but I'm not going to mention their names. It's up to them to make it known, but I know Huntler's already mentioned it on stream that he was going, so. Me and Hunt Dog. I can't wait to hear him complain about Wizard. The only spice I want on my eggs is cracked black pepper. Ooh, see? I'm a huge sucker for black pepper. I put black pepper on damn near everything. The hell? I swear to God, Gotti. You rat. I know you're up there. I didn't slip on a banana peel. You know what I find crazy? How in America you guys don't have ketchup flavored potato chips. Like you'll dip your French fries in ketchup, but there's so many people there that think like ketchup flavored potato chips are weird. You have them? Then why is it every time I brought it up, they're like, huh? Maybe you guys finally realized. I know when I was younger growing up, it was like poutine. You couldn't. I remember I would go to the States, and I'd be like somewhere eating for lunch or dinner or whatever, and like I'd get French fries, and I'd be like, "You guys have gravy?" And then the waiter just gives me this weird look, gravy, and then they would end up like whipping together this like white sauce, which I think was basically just like butter and flour. You have to go below the Dixie line for the gravy on tap. That's what I'm talking about. I like that line. Can we just like take the US and flip it upside down? And then we could have like the southern US, our neighbor, instead? They got the good barbecue, they got the gravy. That's what I'm talking about. Those are my people right there. You kidding me? I'd love to see a Florida man fight a moose. That sounds like content. End up see a video. Florida man tames moose, rides him around town. That shit would be fucking banging. Google your birthday, not year, and Florida man. Okay. So let's see. Oh. Florida man arrested for throwing toilet at building. Oh no. Oh no. A Florida man was arrested in Illinois. Oh wait, no wait. This isn't the right day. This is when it was published. This was published on my birthday, but this didn't happen on my birthday. So what do you go by? Do you go by when it was published or when it happened? You never went that deep? Okay, well, we'll just go with the first thing. A Florida man was arrested in Illinois after he allegedly threw an old toilet at a Board of Education building in East St. Louis. He's accused of carrying an old toilet to the government building and then throwing it through the front glass of the building. Wait. Huh. Authorities did not reveal why he had traveled to East St. Louis or how he had access to the two toilets. So he threw another toilet at some point, too. This man is a serial toilet thrower. Meanwhile, another Florida man was busted with 68 pounds of cocaine while driving on the interstate. Oh, here we go. This one happened right on my birthday. Florida man looking at jail of up to 30 years for pouring water on his elder brother. Two siblings can start a fight on any topic and make a big deal out of it. Often, people go to jail for assault on their siblings when the matter goes out of hand. But have you ever thought of putting your brother in jail for throwing a glass of water at you? A Florida resident accused of pouring 2 glasses of water on his older brother may face up to 30 years of jail time. A resident of Lee County, Florida, was arrested on Wednesday, February the 22nd, and charged with 1 count of first-degree felony aggravated battery, according to Law and Crimes report of the court records. The fight between him and his older brother, aged over 65, was about key lime pie. You think they're trying to figure out if it was pie or cake? No, key lime pie is definitely pie. Aggravated battery in Florida is normally a second-degree felony, but the state reclassified it as the first-degree felony if the victim is over 65 years of age. Powelson said he ate a piece of the pie that his elder brother had been saving for later, which started an argument between the two, resulting in the younger brother throwing 2 glasses of water on the older brother. A deputy then arrived at the house at around 8:45 p.m. and made contact with the older brother, who was referred to in the affidavit as the victim. The affidavit revealed that the victim became upset and argument ensued. After the younger brother ate the key lime pie's piece, while sitting on the chair, the older bride emptied 2 glasses of water on the victim. The victim feared the aggressive behavior would lead him to being physically harmed or killed. Over key lime pie. Oh my goodness. Don't fuck with Florida man's pie.
Wow, look at this pie.
Step away from the paint!
Mule riding Kentucky man accused of unleashing raccoon in bar after being turned away. Yo, he just had that raccoon on standby. The hell? You saw what? An issue going on with my monitor right now. I think these guys are fighting each other. They look like they're chasing each other. Take them out. Ah, that's their fight. Oh. Oh, hell yeah. That's my last 100. I don't need to buy any more Courages. Stocked up on 1,000 of them. Now I just need to get some more, Deep Seas. I'd like 1,000 of those as well. And then I'm good between seasons. Every time a new season of Solaris starts, I'll use that time to restock. Darkseeker's mobs actually have a reasonable amount of DR. So still benefiting from 30% of the 30 or 35 is still a noticeable difference. It's a pretty big cut to your AP. I think the other one only has 8, right? Doesn't Exquisite only? Yeah, 8. So I guess it's more like a 7 AP difference. That's like a crystal. I think my monitor is dying. I need like a good sale on a good monitor. I want a nice 2K 240 hertz OLED for as cheap as possible. What's the cheapest I could get something like that for, you guys? Do the 90s trick smack it? I miss that trick. I had a TV that I would have to do that to all the time. I would actually have to wait for it to warm up first, too. Because I'd turn it on and it would get really, really shitty reception. And... like, it's not even like it used bunny ears. It was just like your basic cable connection, right? The coaxial. But I remember the TV would have to warm up first. And then I would have to hit the side a few times. Or you need more donations? No, I don't do that. I don't like asking for donations for PC upgrades. There's no 32 in after inexperienced. Well, it really depends how far you sit from it too, right, Webs? I sit pretty close to my monitor. I mean, I bet a 34 would be nicer, and I certainly have room for a 34, but... I like my 27. I'm probably about 18 inches from the screen. Actually, maybe like 24 inches from the screen. Yeah, that's exactly how far I am. Actually, I'm extending my arm forward, and there's probably about 1 inch remaining. I'm not quite touching the monitor. I have a pretty deep desk too, but the way the monitor stand is set up, it's a triple monitor stand. And it has a really big base plate that extends forward about 12 inches. And then the monitors also extend forward about 6 inches, maybe 8 inches. So it kind of helps keep that center of mass over the center of the plate, making it really, really sturdy. But yeah, I want a 27-inch 2K OLED, 240 hertz. I have the hardware to drive it. I heard OLED is just one of those things that once you see it, you're like, oh my god, that looks so nice. You just gotta be mindful of the burn-in. I heard that the technology for dealing with burn-in has come a long way. But I just don't want to spend an arm and a leg on a monitor. But... well, I already have a 27-inch, right? My main monitor is a 27. My other monitors are 24s. And Yeah. That's the thing that's the biggest problem is static elements. I mean, I guess it doesn't have to be an OLED. Yeah, boom, there we go. Good sob style. A media focused side monitor? Yeah, probably. I guess maybe I'm not so set on the OLED part. But 27-inch 240 hertz, I guess, is more important to me. Making me want to look. But yeah, I'm very likely going to know how much I have to pay on my taxes today. And I'll pay that off and see what the damage is and then reassess. Jeez. There's a really good deal on this one. It's actually a... Is this 2K? Yeah. A 2K 360 hertz OLED. Normally 1300 on for 800. That's still a lot of money. 800 bucks is still a lot of money for a monitor. I don't want to be spending that much. That's 800 Canadian too, by the way. So that'd be like 600 American. Here's an Asus Tough one. 260 hertz. That seems odd. 260. It has variable overdrive. What the fuck is a variable overdrive? That sounds like a marketing gimmick. That's marketing jargon right there. That's what that is. Variable overdrive. Variable overdrive. Integrated Asus variable overdrive technology allows the display to dynamically alter its overdrive setting as frame rates fluctuate, ensuring optimal results for any game. You choose how strong you want the overall effect to be. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm back. Hmm. Maybe this is the Chrome issue. 1 second, chat. I want to try something. Yeah, let's see if this immediately happens, even with a different browser. Okay. Give me a second, chat. I'm gonna try something. See if it was an issue with that DisplayPort cable. Excuse me. You've been typing to you and you don't respond? What are you talking about? You haven't been typing to me at all. Oh shoot, my multi-chat wasn't on. Okay, no, it wasn't the DisplayPort cable. Okay, scrolling up, scrolling up, scrolling up. You didn't type shit on YouTube, you liar. You are so full of it, Mr. Trap. Let me try one more thing. To be fair, it does show 5 messages since stream started on YouTube and Trep had 3 of them. Wait, maybe I gotta scroll up. Let's see. I don't see anything. I see Trep and Twitch. Is my multi-chat not showing YouTube for some reason? Yo, is anybody on YouTube right now? Can you guys type something? Yeah, I didn't see anything. What the hell? My multi-chat's not working then. Well, shit. Why isn't my multi-chat working? Well, that's annoying. Let's see if maybe I filter it out and filter it back in. Test. Okay, now it worked. Well, I feel bad now. I had a couple people talk to me, and I completely ignored them.
Jesus Christ, that's Jason Bourne.
Wait, what the fuck? Yo, my FPS is going crazy! Yeah, I stream on Kick and YouTube. And Twitch. You can find me on all 3 platforms. Okay, so why did that not do what it was supposed to do? Well, I turned off the frame limiter, right? I actually have my frame rate. I've been playing around with the idea of getting a 240 hertz monitor for a while, but it doesn't make sense to get one if you can't drive it, right? The actual benefits go down dramatically. Do I stream on Rumble? No. So okay, there we go. Now it's working. I just turned the VSync back on. I have another issue going on that I'm trying to figure out what's causing it. And I'm pretty sure it's G-Sync on this monitor I have. I think this monitor I have is a lemon. I think I got unlucky and, you know, I've never actually ever in my history of monitors ever had a monitor fail on me. So this is my first one ever. And I think it is failing. Don't you have a warranty? Monitor warranties don't last long. Monitor warranties are actually quite short. Unless you get an extended warranty, most monitors only have a 1-year warranty. Oh yeah, maybe the newer, more expensive monitors come with like 3-year warranties. But yeah, this one only had a 1-year warranty. And I've had it for probably pretty close to 3 years now. I mean, maybe I should double check. I'm like 99% sure I already checked this, but you know what? I'm pretty sure we're not quite at the 3-year mark. And you know what? Maybe I should double check just in case. Damn it, I can't log in right now. Yeah. Definitely something, like I said, I've never had a monitor fail on me, and I'm like 99% sure this is monitor related, because, you know, these issues have been getting progressively worse and worse and worse. And at this point, I've replaced all the hardware. Not trying to diagnose this issue. I actually thought that this issue was related to other issues. But it's obviously something completely separate going on at the same time. Because the other issues I've resolved, and this is like the last one, and it is getting progressively worse. But, yeah, this is the first time ever that a monitor has failed on me, or is failing on me. And it, you know what? Maybe I will take the warranty a little more seriously. Maybe I'll make sure it does come with at least a 3-year warranty, my next monitor. The problem I was experiencing, well, you know what, I need to go back to a full screen thing on my other monitor, but it looks like if I have VSync on, the problem goes away. And I know if I turn G-Sync off, the problem goes away as well. So I think it's related to the G-Sync with this monitor. Oh, never mind. I guess it's on VSync. Just happened again. I wonder if there's something else I could do on my other monitor to see if that makes it happen. Actually, you know what? I'm going to disable the preview on OBS. Grind hard, work hard. That's right. Wait, do I not have game sounds right now? What do I do? They're just really quiet over what I'm listening. Easy to pick at grinding around 330 AP, low APM, less skill used, returning now, haven't had Awakened Guardian, has fallen behind quite a bit. I think they recently buffed it. I don't think it's like meta or anything, but I think it's a decent grinder. I don't think it's like behind. I could be mistaken, but like it's super comfortable, so if that's what you're looking for, like I think you are, you know, you feel appropriately rewarded for how much effort you're putting in. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I might be. I mean, it's tough to stay on top of all the classes, and I'm certainly not as willing as Choice to try to, you know, collect as much information from people about it. What's up, Quadrant? Yeah. I don't even think this is my playlist playing right now. I use Spotify for my playlist, and then as soon as it gets through it, it just starts suggesting and playing things based off my playlist. And I'm pretty sure that's what it's doing right now. But yeah, I've been digging it. Yeah. Okay, well, it just happened again. Hmm. Yeah, so I ordered it on November 12th, 2022. The Amazon return policy was 30 days. Let's see what if it has a manufacturer warranty. This says a limited warranty. Oh, warranty description. 1 year for parts and labor. Yeah, that's what I thought. No, limited, not unlimited. Yeah, nobody does an unlimited warranty. Yeah, even the official website says 1 year parts and labor. What ink do you like to buy? 50 ink? Sorry, I'm not sure what you're asking. Oh, 27-inch. Yeah, definitely don't use a 50-inch monitor. That's a fucking TV. I don't even know if they make 50-inch monitors. And TVs in general are pretty bad for gaming on. A lot of the features and stuff is more designed around a cinematic experience, where latency isn't an issue. So they have lots of post-processing that affect the delay, but you don't notice a delay when you're just sitting there watching, right? Delay is something you feel. You have a 50-inch monitor? Oh my goodness. Not to mention pixel density is important. If you're sitting at a typical monitor distance, even 2K stretched across 50 inches is going to look kind of, I don't know, what would you say, dotted? Like you're going to see the gaps between the pixels. Chrono Odyssey? No, I have a 1-month grace period when it comes to new MMOs. It's very easy to get sucked into the honeymoon phase of an MMO, and like it's a good time to play a new game with friends, right? But at least for me, MMOs aren't about the first 100 hours. They're about, like, what are you doing after 1,000 hours? And a lot of MMOs, new MMOs, will make the first, like, intro really fun and captivating and get you involved. And then they almost get you stuck into that sunken cost fallacy, right? Now that you've invested time into it, you don't want to leave it because you've invested time into it. And I just don't want to get sucked into that whole cycle. I would rather sit back and just wait, see what the really sweaty people will do with the game, and then see where they're at in a month. So I just wait a month. I hope it's a proper competitor. I think everybody benefits when we have proper competition in markets. It looks like it has some cool things going for it. But even with all that said, there's a giant red flag looming over that game. And that's the fact that it's being published by Kakao. Kakao Games has been poisoned for every single thing they've touched thus far. I can't think of a single thing that they've published that hasn't had its issues. So maybe this will be their redemption arc, but I am not going to hold my breath. A lot of people too, when it comes to new MMO releases, they have FOMO, right? They don't want to miss out and they don't want to fall behind. So they immediately dive in because they don't want those things to happen, right? Where I have no worries about being able to catch up if I start late. Also, even though that game does have some PvP, it looks like it is going to be on the very, very back burner of everything that they're focused on. And to me, PvP in an MMO is important to me. All of my favorite MMOs have had a good amount of PvP in them. So, yeah, all those things combined, I don't think Chrono Odyssey is going to be a good game for me, but I hope it does give the feel of some competition in the market. I completely forgot follows were the drop sound effect now. I'm like, where are all these drops coming from? I don't see anything. Oh, you lucky dog. You lucky dog. I almost gotcha. I almost gotcha. Oh, 1 second, you guys. Well, fucking taxes. I owe 10 grand. But What gear question? Yeah, for sure. What do you want? There's we actually have a command called progression, and that's like your it basically takes the cost of each upgrade after seasons and divides it by how much AP you get. So basically tells you how much silver you're spending per AP, and then it uses that formula to basically guide you on what's your next most efficient upgrade. So you just kind of like find where you are on the list and work your way down from there. Festival seals. Well, quite a bit. 533 plus I bought all these things, so what is that? 170, 270, 244 or 344, sorry. 360, 460, 510, so over 1,000. Oh, I better check something. Why am I not getting this confirmation code? Oh, there it is. Holy shit, that was delayed. Oh. Interesting. Have you guys ever heard of multiplane overlay? I wonder if Kinjar's here. Oh shit, you're right, I am. Thanks, John. You know, I should have took part with those special drops. I should have at least did like some... Even though I can't do Solaire in the evenings on NA, I should have at least like booted up EU and did some Solaire matches, got part of those drops. I was kind of short-sighted on my behalf. Yeah, I do. I got a lot of LT. Not quite 5,000 though. We're getting there. We need more strength levels. Yeah, I'm part of the normal drops, just not the special drops. Because I'm unable to do a stream in the evenings, so... Oh, I still didn't recharge my Elkstone. Because my Sage is so strong. Some might say the strongest. Not me, though. I don't think Sage is the strongest. You thought maybe you were being an ethical gamer and not abusing Sage or something, but I didn't see on the list? Oh, I actually have time in the evenings to play. I just don't have time to stream in the evenings. But yes, I am not abusing Sage. I don't want to get used to this power. I know it's going to be nerfed. I'll wait till it gets nerfed, and then I'll adjust to that. But I have no interest in abusing it. For one, I know I'm not the rank 1 Sage. I know I'm not the best Sage. I think I'm above average. I feel... I don't know. It feels dirty even trying to suggest that I'm above average. But maybe I am. I like to think so. But I am definitely far from the best. And I already have the top 100 outfit, right? I earned it back when Sage was an ethical class. And in terms of the monetary rewards, there's just like nothing silver-wise. You're better off grinding. So, like, why go in there and make other people miserable having to fight more Sages for no reward? I am one of the few Sages on NA that will be able to say that they earned their top 100 outfit on Sage, not during the charity season. Because this season is absolutely a charity season for Sage. It's crazy to think that there's still some people who have main Sage that might not even get it either. That's kind of crazy to me. If it was a different outfit every season, oh, I'd abuse the heck out of it, right? If there was an actual reason. Oh, yeah. I didn't even think from that perspective. Yeah, if it was a completely different outfit. Yeah, 100%. Wouldn't it be funny if they sent a clown outfit to all the Sages who get top 100 this season? They send them that little jester outfit. Oh, please. Please, PA. That would be the funniest shit ever. And they have to wear it. They can't unequip it. It looks like the normal outfit. They open the box. It looks everything like normal. And then as soon as they equip it, it changes. And then it's stuck on them until the next Solaire season starts. Actually, until the next Solaire season finishes. Oh my goodness. That would be funny. That'd be funny as hell. They're just stuck looking like that. How many of them do you think would make a new Sage just to play that so they weren't stuck with that outfit? Are you planning on messing around on Suck Sage at all? I would be... I want to see you climb higher, because I know you could definitely make top 20. No doubt in my mind. I think it would be funny as hell if you took rank 1 on Suck Sage. I mean, maybe not rank 1, but top 10. I want to see some Suck Sage games, because that's a double handicap, right? Not only is Suck Sage bad, but it's also heavily countered by Awakened Sage, and you never get to have an Awakened Sage on your team to abuse either. It's like everything in the world is against you. One thing I have noticed from day one to now is people are getting better at dealing with Awakening Sage, though. I think one of the advantages we've had in the past as an Awakening Sage is there wasn't many of us. So people didn't get a lot of practice fighting us all the time. So we did have that element of surprise, and I think Awakened Sages came into this season super strong, because not only were they a super strong class, but nobody knew how to fight them either. But it does seem like even though it is strong and it can't carry, people are getting better at dealing with it. Because that first week, the amount of climbing some sages were doing was just so insanely rapid. One thing that I find odd, too, is both of the top sages right now are decaying. Calb hasn't played a game in like 6 days. The reason why he dropped down from 3,400 is that's like 4 or 5 days of decay now he's experienced. He hasn't played a single game, if you take a look on the Velia 4. And then Suicided also just decayed 1 day as well. So they haven't actually played. This is that South, I think it's a South American Sage? Or is it Southeast Asia? It was either SA or SEA. But he just recently decayed a day as well, dropped 50 points. And Calb has dropped 200 points. They want to make the classic balanced? Hey, I respect it. That's what we should do. All of us Awakened Sages. I'll lead the charge. None of us play anymore. Let it all decay before the end of the season. Not a single Awakened Sage top 100, any region. That's how we dodge the nerfs. And stay busted forever. Honestly, primarily I think it's the impaling flash thing that has to go. I've always been against like really fast block jump type abilities that, especially when it feels like it's all baked into one or there's no time to react to it. I think that's nonsense. I thought it was nonsense with Hash, I thought it was nonsense with Awegu, and I think it's nonsense with Sage. They need to stop doing that. There's nothing wrong with abilities that reposition, but they should not... There should be a bit of a delay before you can do like a CC ability. So at least there's some time to react. It should not be just instant, no reaction time possible. I'm pretty confident, though, that these nerfs, we're going to get nerfed and we're going to end up worse than we were before the buffs in PvP. I'm pretty confident that's going to happen. I also have PTSD from the reboots. They're going to make your class play entirely differently? True. Yeah, like Awaken Nova. Oh my goodness. Rangers too. Hash. Although does Hash... I know Hash got like a pretty massive set of changes. But fighting against them, they seem to play similar. I don't know, maybe the inputs are different. Yeah. Suckvelk got like half that. Suckvelk used to revolve around canceling Sword of Judgment and using that even when it's on cooldown. But they nerfed Sword of Judgment's damage when on cooldown and didn't give it like any compensation. So it just took like a massive damage hit. And it wasn't even like a great damage class. Because I don't even think Paladin is even touched this season. Even seasons where I'm looking for the actual Paladin class. Where's Valkyrie? There it is. Yeah, like even previous seasons where Paladin is like, nah, F this game or F this, what they've done to my class. He's still fucked around a bit, right? But like this season, nah, he's done. He actually looks like he's legit done, unless he decides to start playing in the last week or two. Yeah, considering how bad everybody claimed it was, he still did well. And it wasn't even on one character, right? He had his ult too that he also climbed above like everybody else with, or at least close to. So he showed that the class was definitely capable, but, you know, obviously not easy to do it with. That man is definitely the suck Val goat. Yeah, that's true. I mean, damage in AOS is pretty high right now. I think that's also, and maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like this higher AOS damage environment is also making Sage feel even worse, specifically in that environment, just because of the way it plays. Where outside of AOS, it still feels like rough, but man, AOS just pushes it to a whole other level with the way they have it now. Did you know when they buffed Spearbolt and Aftershock Divios, they buffed it by 75% damage? How often do we see a PvP damage increase of almost double? That's wild. Unfortunately, he loves resist, so fuck that guy. I don't think it's necessarily that he loves resist. It's just that his class is clearly designed around it. They literally gave it a resist passive, right? So I don't know if he's ever been like... I think he's against the removal of resist and no compensation for Velk. I don't know. I think at least. I don't think he's like against resist, but against resist with no, removal of resist and no compensation for Velk. He's always seemed like a pretty reasonable guy. And you know how the BDO community likes to be. They like to mischaracterize what people are saying. Yeah. Well, Shining Dash, you used to be able to use that for a lot of things, but I think there's like a delay or something now with it, right? I don't know if it's like a wind up or maybe like a delay at the end of it, but apparently it made it feel super clunky to use. If I'm remembering correctly, I think that's what it is. It was multi-hit, tiny AoE, SA, KD spam. Now it's a dash with a big AoE KD. Oh. So it's not spamming a KD anymore? Well, I mean, that's a perfectly reasonable change then. I mean, I think everybody would agree that run and gun was bullshit too, and that was basically the same thing, right? Multi-hit, tiny AoE, SAK, knockback spam. And everybody agreed that was BS. Although I guess in the case of those two abilities, Shining Dash is like a close range ability where Running Gun has range to it. That was it? That was the combo? Oh. I miss the old Suck Warrior. Grab, knockdown, Scars of Dusk. Those are the good old days. You love me? What the heck? What's up, EMFX? Don't tell your wife. Don't tell mine either, okay? We'll keep it a secret. Yeah, so twice a year, once in the middle of the year and once near the end of the year, Pearl Abyss holds balls. And, sounds so stupid to say it. But basically the one at the end of the year is when they talk about like their plans for the upcoming year, and then the one in the middle of the year, which is the Hideout Ball, is where they kind of give like a progress update on what they've been working on, and you know, a bit more. Yeah, it looks like we have a full party, Medozen. Huntler, Kanjara, myself, Daza, and Tom. Good events or deals? Usually comes with some announcements about things being released. Whether it's like a new class or maybe a new region. new gear, new crystals, right? Whatever comes with the new region. We're really expecting Idana, I think it's called. Or, no, what's the new region called? Is it Idana? We're expecting the new region. They've done a lot to kind of build up to the new region. What's up, Sussy Bucket? By the way, Biceptimus, I don't know if you're lurking around, but that multi-stream option definitely is permanent. Which has been nice. Now I don't have to worry about accidentally messing up anymore. Thinking about coming back? Ooh, let's go. Welcome back. Welcome back to the addiction. Maybe I should have taken Medozin as my name? Oh yeah, there you go. Okay. Well, now I know. I'll try to remember. MTX. What's MTX? Yeah, I wouldn't worry about the progression. If you haven't played since Pearl Abyss took over publishing like 5 years ago, then like that progression is going to be super easy to get back. Oh, yeah. So that's probably the biggest area. If you spent a good amount before then on the microtransactions, then yeah, that kind of stings. You'll have to respend on those, and that'll kind of suck. And there's no way to get it back, right? Oh, yeah, I appreciate it. I do. We're having a bit of a longer stream today. We're going to be streaming until about 5, and then I got my boss rushes with my party, and then we're going to do that, and then we're going to call it a day. Was this a good idea? Okay, so now you got the same name on both. Okay, well, it's gonna take me some time to realize or remember that that's you on both, but I'll try. Did Chris Pulley make a video? What kind of silly question is that? Of course Chris Pulley made a video. About what? Who knows? Is it true? Also, who knows? The one thing we do know is there's going to be a hell of a lot of R's in it. That's the one thing we do know. Hey, what's up, Billy? You just getting off work? You popped in and said hi right when I started this morning. And it's been about 5 hours now. Actually, I think it's been longer than 5 hours. That's right, my stream crashed. I think it's been more like 6 hours. Freshly grilled sausage and corn cobs. That's what I offered to make for dinner tonight. But apparently my kids had already requested shepherd's pie, so I won't argue. I love shepherd's pie. The stream didn't go down. It went mode. Yeah. When I say it went down, like the timer on OBS says 5 hours, and that would have reset. But yeah, if I actually open up my stream, it probably says how long I've been live because I have that disconnect protection, which is nice. How much time does it say below the stream? Because right now it literally just passed 10 seconds ago, the 5-hour mark. Oh, okay, so yeah, 38 minutes into my stream, the stream crashed. Or OBS crashed. Why don't the redeems work? What do you mean? It worked. That's Medozin, yeah. Ba-dum, bum, ba-bum. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. That's weird. So you'll do like a Spear Bolt and Lightning Prison, but it moves you back to where you started Spear Bolt? To open up Twitch support, go to your browser, make sure it's in focus, and hit Alt F4. Did you? You didn't actually do it, did you? We ain't old to fall for it. What do you mean? Old people don't fall for it. That's a new player thing. It's the younger generation that falls for that. All the old people, we've been trolled 1,000 times about that in the past. They all know what Alt F4 does. Kinjara, there you are. Have you ever heard of multi-plane overlay? You taught a coworker to use Alt-C or Control-C and Control-V? Oh my goodness. Just imagine, if they don't know how to do that, what else do they not know how to do? They are, like, probably very inefficiently working. Did you tell them that Control A will highlight everything too? Or are they just manually dragging their shit? Or that holding shift and the arrow keys will just highlight specific words? I've not heard of MPO, looking at it now. So, the issues I've been having with my monitor might be related to that. So I'm going to try this fix later. Apparently NVIDIA themselves have put out a post, and this was years ago, back actually in 2021, that apparently specific, so this is a Windows feature that will mess with your video drivers basically, and only specific configurations it could cause black screen flickering or stuttering. So I gotta restart my PC to try it out, but maybe that'll fix my issue. I'm hoping. I'm crossing my fingers. Maybe the monitor's fine. Maybe I happen to be just one of those people with a weird configuration. Your monitor does that? Well, here, I'm gonna drop this link in chat. Apparently you just download those two files, you use the disable MPO one, and then reboot. And then I think you use the restore one after, and I guess maybe it restores it in a proper configuration. I'm gonna try it later, but I gotta restart my PC to do it, and I don't feel like doing that midstream. You think this is still the fix 4 years later, though? I don't know. When it comes to something that is very, very, very limited people experiencing it, I could totally see it being something that didn't get patched in. Yeah, that's definitely not a bad idea. But it does sound like the issue I've been having with my monitor. There's even a Reddit thread on it. And if you want to just, if you don't trust their file on the NVIDIA website to do it, there's the instructions on which to go edit yourself in the registry if you want to do it manually. If that would make you feel more comfortable. Although, I guess the one thing I didn't read at the bottom until just now, it says disabling this may break some of the Windows full screen optimization stuff. So... let my phone just buzz. One second, I might have to actually deal with something. Insurance companies. One second. Waiting for a phone call, and it's going to. They're going to call like the moment I get into something. So let's get into something. Oh, there it is. There's a phone call. 1 second. Fuck off. I'm doing good, but this isn't Paul. This is his son, Chris. So, a couple of things that are important. The reason why a lot of things, I'm assuming the reason why a lot of things got changed to my name is my father had a policy out on me from when I was a child. And I called to have that transferred over to me so I could start paying it. So, because my father was canceling all of his policies and he's just currently waiting for a check from you guys for the amount that he put in, or whatever that amount is. I guess that's between you guys and you. Yeah, you can't discuss that with me, obviously. But when I called to have my name updated, my address, and all, have all that stuff revolving around the policy associated with me changed, it looks like they changed the information on all of his stuff to mine as well. Well, I have the things right in front of me, and it says my address on it. So whatever you're looking at is obviously incorrect. That's what I had updated specifically to me, and it shouldn't have updated his policy stuff. It only should have updated what was done with mine. Yeah, that's what. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Okay. As long as both don't get changed back to that other one. So I don't know if you still have the old information before it was updated because they still live in the same spot, same phone number. Yeah, yeah, that's my address. I could give you their information.
It's 903 Alberta Street in Thunder Bay, Ontario. Yeah, that is the old postcode. Do you want that phone number as well? Because this is my phone number. I could give you their phone number. It looks like that was changed on both as well. Yep, that's their number, their home number. Yeah, my father was canceling his policy and he was waiting for like all of that to close out. But we decided that I was going to keep mine, and that's why I just had that transferred over to me. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I don't think so. No, it was just that. Yeah, yeah, that sounds good. My father's currently out of town for about a week and a half, but my mother's there. Can you talk to her? Okay, thank you. Yep, you too. Bye. Okay, good. Now that's dealt with.
Ooh, a full origin. You like to see it. How you doing, Sushi Games? Oh, we're actually in window right now for Pit Cave. Feeling stronger? You better be out of my spot in an hour. Hey, if the Pit Cave opens, I will be out of it in an hour. Pit Cave's supposed to open any minute. Fuck you, 100. Get out of here. Oh my goodness, I did it again. Wait, did you jump? I might not have needed to be. I'm pretty sure you jumped there. I think that mob finished you off. Oh my god, what hit me there? The fucking mob hit me in the back? Where you going, you rat? Yeah. We're gonna swap to our PvP gear. We're obviously getting build checked right now. Let's go Tungrad, yeah. We can swap add-ons for a little bit. That'll be fine. Fucking invisible walls! Oh shit. Are you almost red right now? Your name looked, like normally you have a blue name. Looks like you're pretty close to 0 karma. We are on our show, right? Okay. I avoid that first shot. I gotta get used to that thing trying to stun on every hit. Damn it, why didn't it snap? Damn, that was like 60% of my block. Well, the rocket's kind of scary. Pew. What? Oh, I lingered it too long. That was weird, there's no re-CC there. Dosa boy? Is that like weather boy? Okay, let's see. Was that a stun or a stiff? I guess it was a stiff. Or a stun, I mean. Ooh! Ooh! Ouch! Man, that class hits. Oh shit. Frickin' 100. Yeah, now I don't have to worry about 100ing anymore. Oh, is that not a knockback? Miss having a Tor's illusion right now. I did not mean to tap that. More evasion? No, this is... I mean, I got evasion boots on now, right? And I got evasion artifacts. But, like, I'm just running Kudum, right? I'm not running Nuver. Oops. Wrong food buff. Yeah, misses aren't like what they used to be, right? Right now, a misc just indicates that there's a portion of damage that's being mitigated. Miss doesn't mean that all the damage is gone. So unless you have 100% hit rate against somebody, you will always see misses. The miss indicators just don't matter like they used to. Because remember, depending on your evasion rate now, like, evasion not only increases the person's chance to miss, but increases how much damage is reduced when the miss happens. So seeing some misses aren't, seeing misses isn't as impactful as it used to be. Yeah, I'm always ready. I aim that so badly. I really gotta get better at aiming my grabs. I need to take my stupid name off the top of my head. That's what I need to do. Alright, well, that'll be a little easier to see in my reticule.
Have you ever had a dream that you could do skid do skid you wanna do skid you could do skid do skid you wanna do skid you could.
Nice.
What's up, Robert? It is really, really strong. I recognize that name. How'd that grab not hit you? Oh my goodness, you were knocked back too. There we go. Tried to do that like 4 times and missed each time.
Oh, shoot.
Let's see. Does he get it? Does he get it? Oh, god damn. Oh, okay. Oh, I might regret this. Oh. Yeah, that's twice now. I got baited by that. I just can't grab that. Spamming too many. Oh my goodness. Okay, I need to be respectful of that ability. That man just killed me standing. Face shots through an SA. That man just bop. I was fucking dead. Shit, I wasn't ready. Damn it! I think I go back to a Tor's Illusion. Otherwise, I'm gonna pay for that. Hit me with the goddamn mortar. Oh. Awakendosa? Awakendosa's a good grinder and pretty good in large scale. Actually, insane in large scale. What am I talking about? And it's okay at 1v1. It definitely can hold its own. Oh, see, I was going to grab, but then I remembered. I feel like there's two different, like, things there. That one maybe I can grab out of. I could have swore that ability where you kick up the shells and then shoot them. I could have swore that was a forward guard. Maybe my shock relay was on cooldown. But I thought that was a good stiff. My shock relay was probably on cooldown. Whoa. It is? Okay. Yeah, it must have been shock relay on cooldown then. That's why I didn't stiff him. My impaling flash? You are at 1% on the ground. My impaling flash went right over you and didn't even damage you. You turned it? Yeah, that might have been it too. Oh, I thought that grab was good. I was like, yeah, I'm right under him. This is going to be perfect. I can't believe how much damage you do. I'm so flabbergasted you just fucking killed me with that one ability in an SA. From damn near full. I think I was at like 80%. Oh shit. Yep. Good fights. Damn, I was hoping the pig cave would open up. Oh. Yeah, well, we need to kill a little bit of time. Already got my bosses done. Oh, I need to roll workers, and maybe I'll do my, oh yeah, pit. Yeah, it's a good idea. I'll do pit. I'll do my rifts. Oh, loyalty, good call. Yoink. Grab those. Who's that? Who grinded this spot? Uncle. Is that Unk? Okay, where is the worker guy? There it is. How do you get Voltarian? Primarily uncapped PvP. Almost every piece of uncapped PvP will give the traces of Thunderbolt for it. But you can do the boss blitz, that's these. Level 8, 9, and 10 of these bosses will give the traces. Okay. We want only artisan. I'm done trying to upgrade workers, so we're just going to... This is my last one I need for this region. So we're just going to keep rolling for artisans. Well. No, this isn't that song. Remember, they can't remember that song. In the movie too, the that song comes after tribute. You know what, let's try 100 more. So close. So close. Actually, you know what? Maybe we'll just run from here. We'll go from east to west. Yep. Well, that's right. They don't iframe anymore, right? Oh my god, what a great change. Yo, that moon looks kind of stick from in there. Wait a minute, looks like there's an eclipse. There's big fall damage coming down that hill. What the fuck? Can't hit him yet? I'm fucking colliding with things. Yo, look at that. We're getting titles out here. I don't think it does, no. Oh no. He's gaming on me. Okay, now we just have the old bird to kill. The hell, did I not click that? Huh? Oh no, I take no offense. Wait. The game looks bad because I'm on a fast horse? I don't understand. I could have used the Magnus to fast travel here. It's just I like riding around on my horse. Let's open our boxes. I like those crowns. Keep giving me those crowns. The lightning animation? Do you mean lightning or fighting? It's hard to tell which way the typo's going. no, I didn't mean to put those in there. How much are crons nowadays? Still 3 mil. 3 mil a cron. Fightening. Okay, so I still don't know what you mean when you say fightening. There's no good feedback when you use skills. I think you need to play the game. This game is considered the leader when it comes to fighting in MMOs. If you played Bless Unleashed, you will understand what I mean. Wait. Okay, you're trolling now. Yo, who are you? Yeah. I wish I was a Bless Unleashed player. Game's awesome. Okay, let's go do our Pit of the Undying. And then maybe the pit cave will open. You only got whipper cream, no strawberries? What? What could you possibly do with whipped cream and no strawberries? Huh? Oh, am I flagged up? Is that why it didn't move me? Wow. The 24-hour peak for Bless Unleashed is 412 players. They don't even have quadruple digits anymore. They're down to the triple digits. I forgot about that game. I completely forgot about it. I'm surprised they can still afford to keep the servers afloat. At this point, that's fucking charity. They must have like a bare bones dev team to be able to sustain.
Put whipped cream on penis. Remove to ribs. Take 2 days off either side of a weekend to practice. Profit?
Yeah. Well, considering you haven't played it, I would say that there is a... you're lacking critical information.
Wow.
When Bless Unleashed came out, it was... yeah. If you think that game's combat is good, trust me, get in BDO, give it a try. This is a lot more closer to like a fighting game. Bless Offline, yeah. This game is 10 years old, and it's still considered the industry leader for MMO combat. Oh shit, I'm not a human damage spec. No wonder why my damage felt lower on that. Shit, get that out, get that out, get that out. Is there a subscription fee for Bless Unleashed? Like, there must be only one server left. If there's only 412 people during peak hours, only 277 an hour ago, I don't know how big the game is, but it must feel empty. Oh shit. We're getting gamed on. I accidentally floated his ass. Now he's got the DP buff. Sorry, at least we did enough damage to him. You're full level, get all items instantly from dungeons, and there's only one thing left, reroll stats. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the whole premise of, like, PoE and stuff like that, though, right? Just get gear and hope you get the good stats on it, and then use the currency to reroll it. So I don't think that's necessarily itself what might have contributed. And I never played Bless Unleashed, so I'm not going to pretend like I know what the problem was there, but that in itself, like, some games are built around that. Just re-rolling stats on gear and... Oh, gotcha. Now that I understand. If you pay money in the shop to get a higher chance to get those stats that you need, then yeah, I mean, that's pay to win, right? That's a problem. I guess that's how they justify it too, right? Instead of it being a guaranteed chance to get those stats, they say, well, it just increases your chances. But yeah, that's immediately going to turn people off. Games like that typically too, like a lot of MMOs have open trading systems, like a completely open market, and then that just allows botting like crazy. I don't know if that's one of those games that has a botting problem, but botting can really, really, really fuck up the whole economy, making it feel completely worthless to grind because nothing is value because the bot's just flooding everything. Making it so your regular 9-to-5 grinder, the person who works a job, comes home and only gets a couple hours to play, can never actually make any value from the stuff they buy or sell. This is one thing that people don't give BDO enough credit for, is they've certainly made their mistakes, but the limitations on player-to-player trading has dramatically limited botting in the game. Fuck, man. Pig cave still isn't open. Medium to extra large potions. BDO is a grind game. It's a Korean game, right? Like a lot of Korean MMOs have that grind mental playstyle. It's very, very grindy. But there is rapid progression through the early stages of the game. Like, you don't... Oh my god, these towers. See, now this is a reason to be like, this game's shit. There's some things that they pop in too late, and then if you're where they are when they pop in, you get stuck in them. Now that's something that I can't believe still exists. I did do the Elezra Weekly. Yeah, apparently the Elezra Weekly resets every Thursday, right? So... I was hoping it was going to reset with these, but it does not. I just realized if the pig cave opens, I'm not going to be able to do it. It's going to open right when we need to do our boss run. If you hop off your horse and remount it, it will unstuck you. See, now I want to test that. I don't think that's true. Oh. You should, Video is a very affordable game to get into. You don't have to buy it. You don't have to have a subscription. I think, sometimes they offer it for free, but I think it's like $5 or $10. If you think that it's the combat that is an issue in BDO, wait till you feel it. Like, it is one of those things that... There are so many people now that have played BDO that struggle with new games because they're always comparing the combat to BDO. Like, I'm not just doing lip service for BDO by saying it's the industry leader when it comes to MMO combat. Like, even people who hate BDO and have played it in the past for, you know, sometimes justified reasons or sometimes unjustified reasons, but those people alike, anybody who's laid their hands on it will say, you know what, the combat is just unparalleled. They dropped it to $1. Let me see. Let me go to their website. It's $10 on Steam. Oh, you probably got to make an account first before you can buy a package, right? Oh yeah, and it's $10 on the website as well. $10 for the basic Game Pass. Yo, look at this too, you guys. Tell me Sage isn't the main character. Tell me Sage isn't the main character. Even on their website now. When you're buying packages for the game, the Conqueror package, look what's on the picture of it. That's Sage right there, baby. That's Sage on the right. And then Velk's the worst. Tragic. Absolutely tragic. It's very fast combat. Like I said, it's very reminiscent of like a fighting game. And that's part of the reason why a lot of people like it. It is very fast-paced combat compared to a lot of games. There's no global cooldowns. Some classes have like really fast animations, and it's really up to how quickly you can press the buttons while understanding your opponents and having situational awareness. You know what? I wonder, do they still give you codes to give away? One second, let me check my account. Maybe I have a free code for the game to give away. I know they used to do that. DK's the main character. She's the main image of video. She used to be. PA graduated. Now we just need that statue. We need a sage statue in his underwear. Let's see. I can't really find anything for like codes to give away. What's this delete account button do, you guys? No, I guess not. They used to. I would have totally given you one. Oh, you have the game? Oh, did you never play it? Fire it up. Ruin a whole man's life? Yeah, he's about to develop an addiction. Yeah, just a little bit. Just a little hit. First hit's on the house. Oh, why did I put those in there? Oh shit, now I have even less time to do something. I have 40 minutes until bosses. Wait, do I already have Caphras up for sale? Fuck, I do. Damn it. Awkward amount of time to do anything. I did my pit, I did my rifts. Maybe I'll just do my bosses off stream. Maybe I'll take a little break. Oh yeah, I actually got to go start doing something anyways. You know what? Maybe we'll just call it here. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I hope you all have a wonderful day. I'm going to send you guys over to Mr. Divios. Looks like he's grinding some Dark Seekers on some Suck Sage action. Thanks for hanging out, and we will see you all tomorrow. Have a wonderful day.